Microphone. Microphone. Okay, chat is good. There we go. Okay, let's see. What did we do last time? I do not remember. Okay, we got test level. Am I stupid? Did I opened the wrong project. I opened Entoma Soul when I was supposed to open Entoma Protolimus. There we go. That's much better. Okay, I'm gonna... I'm gonna try to organize this folder path and stuff. Because I was kind of just throwing shit in here. Okay. Scenes. Are you kidding me? It does not automatically update file paths. That is very good to know. Preload. Returns a resource from the file system located at path. The resource is loaded when the script is being parsed. This function effectively... Okay. Then what's load? Unless it's already referenced elsewhere, such as in another script or in the scene, the research is loaded from the disk on function call, which might cause a slight delay. To avoid unnecessary delays when loading something multiple times, either store the resource in a variable or use preload. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Question. Is there a way that I can just search through all of my scripts? Search all scripts. That's not what I wanted. Ugh. Although I'm not for sure it actually matters preloading versus loading in this instance, because the entity just doesn't exist at all until the projectile is created. So it's not like the projectile is getting preloaded and stored out of the map, which actually that could be a way to like make it more efficient, just have it already exist. But then if you do that, you'll get limited in other ways. I'm gonna try to fix the enemy projectile because it's supposed to be shooting a projectile every single frame, and it doesn't. Okay, projectile equals projectile.new. Zero. Okay, so projectile ID, integer 0 is the first projectile ID. Spawn point, self, target, player. Okay, easy enough. And then it should be running that every single frame. And then on init, projectile ID, spawn point, target. So self.position equals spawn point, because it spawns in at 0, 0. It gets set to the enemy's spawn. And then original position gets set, target position gets set, projectile type gets set. And then match projectile ID, so if it's the magic orb, we load the magic orb and then add a child of magic orb. And then if it's magic orb, the flight path is move target position minus original position normalized at a speed of 1. Self.queueFree is removed, so it should be spawning in just fine. I'm not sure why it's not spawning in. Orb instance, maybe? Because this should be fine. Okay, let's not give you a layer, but you are looking for player. Hmm. Maybe it needs to just spawn a little bit higher. Hmm. Print position. Okay, well, it's not even spawning. Okay, fire projectile. Print. Boom. 1. Print. Boom. 2. Okay. So it thinks it's spawning this. Maybe I need to add child of this? Oh, okay, there we go. Invalid type and function take damage. I got damage dictionary, string, integer. Ah. Entity. Back to projectile. Attack. Take damage. Invalid integer. Invalid index type integer for a base. Hmm. Go dot call first. Entry in a dictionary. Returns the corresponding value for the given key. If the key doesn't exist, returns default. Or no. Cannot convert argument 1 from nil to dictionary. Oh my goodness. I don't want to pull. I don't want to use the text as the key. I want to just give me. I guess there's not necessarily a first. Hmm. Although I guess this specific projectile might exclusively only have one damage type. Hmm. And then if I remove this, it breaks. Yep. Hmm. Oh, add a sibling? Oh, that might just be a super simple change. Oh, hell yes. Although, it is being affected by gravity, which is not what I want. But I think that might just be due to the area 3D. Oh no, gravity is fucking disabled. Interesting. And projectile does extend from entity. Oh, the super here is... Yeah, okay, so it's... okay, so gravity is being... Okay, I don't think I need the super for projectile. Because it's not moving the same as the other traditional entities. It's moving along a self-made path. Okay. Oh. Okay. That's a lot of damage. Okay. Well, they're not moving towards my target. Unless they're just moving super fucking slow. Okay, well, the Q free it works. That's good. So why are you not moving? Move. Move toward. If direction exists, velocity.x equals direction.x times speed. Although I'm not sure what this else is doing, because I don't think it's like you have to input a direction, so direction will always exist. Oh, but move is also just constantly being called somewhere. So I guess if it's constantly being called without a direction, it slows you to 0 speed. Okay. I wonder if they can't move because they're like constantly overlapping or something. Okay, well, we do need to be checking for player. That's for sure. Why are you not moving? Target position minus original position. Okay, so I should be able to replace this with self-dot position. Why are you not moving? The contact check is running. Output overflow, print less text. Okay. Water. Okay, my water is empty. I'm going to go refill it. Be right back. Okay. Water has been acquired. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and test position dot y plus equals 5. Okay, that's working. So it's just the move that's not working. Okay, so target position is being returned as a vector 3. So why the heck are you not doing the thing? are you? Okay, well, move is being ran, so there's something going wrong with move. Velocity.x equals direction.x times speed. Maybe it's just it just for whatever reason this doesn't vibe with velocity. Sorry about the sinuses. Bleh. Okay, so invalid operands, float, and array. Huh? What do you mean float and array? This is direction.x. That is a float, and then speed is. Oh. Oh, okay. Speed is actually an array. Okay, well, it's doing something. Oh. Oh, am I stupid? No. Maybe. Okay, so this should set the target position. Okay, well, target position and org position initialize at 0, 0, at vector 3, 0. But they should be immediately set to a actual proper value. Okay, well, that's not doing anything, so I'll just remove that. Okay, what is the code on the enemy? Move, find player. Hmm. Variable projectile equals projectile dot new. Self dot position get node. Yeah, player dot position. Okay, well, how about instead of just get node, let's just do the find player and see what that does. Hmm. This is still, like, getting very confused. What the fuck is it doing? Are you just moving? Oh, you're just moving way too fast. You're constantly overshooting the target. Huh? Okay, now we're just fucking running in circles. Spawning in circles. Position.x. Oh, fucking plus equal. Hey! Hey, it works. Fucking finally. Yeah. That's what you like to see. Okay. Although why I didn't accept the velocity, absolutely beyond me. Because everything else is using velocity. Yeah, it does extend entity. So velocity should be valid. No, because it's not the target position and org position. Because that's being used here as well. It's the exact same. It's the exact same code. I just replaced velocity with position. Oh, velocity is not doing anything because I got rid of move and slide. Okay. Except move and slide. And by move and slide, I mean super. But I don't want the gravity. I don't want gravity to be applied to this thing. Uh, okay, let me. Can I? Can I do this? It's not moving fast enough. Speed. There we go. So then we do. Okay, well, Okay, it's normalizing the y, which is not what I want. It also causes stuff to move slower if I'm like right at it. Which I do not want. Yeah, velocity equals direction times speed. Maybe I don't normalize? Kind of, maybe? No. It should be moved towards this position. This many speed per frame. Direction times speed. Normalizing it should get the direction, but then set the distance to 1. So then you multiply by speed. So it should just be a direction. Maybe there's something in super? There's move and slide. I don't want it to be able to take damage. Actually, I can't remember what super even does. Oh, you're not gonna have documentation for what super does? Okay, fine. Ugh. Why are you not working? Every single one of these projectiles should be moving at the same speed. Are you slowing down? No. So if I'm here, they are just firing. If I'm like directly on their same position, they're firing out super slow. Okay, so those are definitively different speeds. And it's starting to lag. Okay, so target position minus original position. Okay, what is test level? Okay, so yeah, that's about the hierarchy I was expecting. Why the fuck are you not working? Target position minus original position normalized should just fucking returns the result of scaling the vector to unit length. Equivalent to vector minus vector dot length. Scaling the vector to unit length. So, yeah. So this should... Maybe I need to normalize both of them before subtracting? Okay, well that fixed the speed issue. No, it didn't. Velocity.x equals direction.x times speed. Else, move toward 0. Projectile. Maybe I... This isn't going to work for everything. But if I just put flight path into the initialize... Fire... What? Fuck with the... What? Oh. Okay, fair. Although, I don't fucking know why that caused an issue in a completely different file. No, it's the exact same issue. Why the fuck is your speed dependent on distance? The distance vector is supposed to be normalized. It's supposed to be set to 1. So then you multiply it by the speed. So it's just moving in a direction at this speed. This is bullshit. This is bullshit is what this is. Okay, this functions fine. This fucking move that's being stupid. Okay, if I get rid of super, but then just put in my own move and slide. How about I do this? I'll get rid of the super. Position. Dot move forward. Move toward target position. Why the fuck is that not working? From float to float by. Oh, wow, it actually just is two different. They actually made two different functions that have the same name. Why are you not doing anything? Do you still need move and slide? Your position value should be updating every single frame. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. This is just returning a value. I need to actually still set it. Okay, but that's going to cause them to just constantly be homing, which is not what I want. Fuck. Why is the move just so fucked? Because this should just work. Because this is what the enemy uses, and I don't think the enemy has dynamic speed. Yeah, no, you're moving at a flat rate. Move, find player. Okay, so direction equals... direction.y equals 0, and then you normalize. Okay, so... yeah. That's what you want. Regardless of distance, exact same speed. I wonder if it was the y that was the issue. Oh. Oh yeah, it totally is the y that was the issue. Because normalizing it accounts for all three vectors. So create a save me. Normalizing it accounts for all three vectors. One moment. Gray, fill, brush, white. So if we have a number grid and we have like two vectors that are completely like perpendicular and you normalize it, I think that means it'll go in a perfect diagonal. But if we have like a really big vector and then a really small vector, it'll go at a slight diagonal, but it'll still mostly be in this direction. So because previously we were not removing the y value, whenever we would be like directly on top of them, the x and z would be super duper small, and then the y would be super big, it would prioritize most of the speed in the y direction. But over here in the move function, we don't account for the y direction. So that means that's effectively stealing most of the speed and then instantly getting deleted. But if we make the y value 0, then it's only accounting for the x and z direction. So it's not pushing any of the speed into the y-axis. Which this is precisely what you want. Nice. Hell yeah. Oh. Delayed gratification. My favorite drug. Although, actually, no. No, because we do want it, for an instance like this, we do want it to actually just physically travel in the y direction. Okay, well, we figured out the issue with the other thing. So at least a little bit of understanding has been acquired. What if I... What if I do position dot move toward dir no, because if I do that, I don't know, hang on, this might work. No, why the fuck are you... Oh, why? Position dot move towards the direction that I want. Returns... Oh, returns a new vector. Okay, well, this is certainly doing something. Hmm. This doesn't seem like a very fair attack. Returns a new vector moved towards 2 by delta. Well, okay, I think the best option is going to be to just change the move function to just accept a boolean of if it allows for y value. Nice. Okay, so now regardless of your direction, it should target you directly. Okay. Although that is an interesting. way to dynamically change the speed of something. Although I guess it would only change the speed if the player was on a different Y value. So like if I wasn't jumping, it would still be firing at the normal speed. Now to make, well, I mean, I guess this was just to make it function at all. I don't necessarily have a specific trigger that I want to activate to make it shoot a projectile. There you go. I'm gonna go take a short break to like stretch and eat a little bit of food. I'll be back. trying to think of what to do. I guess I can make a, why did you have to change it to character body? Kinematic was fine. Okay, temp NPC. Let's... Node has no shape, blah blah blah, that's fine. Okay, so... Add child node. Mesh. Let's go ahead and make that into... a Tauros. It's fuck... Really? Really? QWERTY? No, no, no. No! Godot, what is wrong with you? Rotate is R, scale is S. For fuck's sake. Oh my goodness. Can I not? Okay, there we go. I can scale uniform. And then add a new mesh. Copy. Paste. Okay, so yeah, Control C, Control V. For fuck's sake. A new sphere mesh. Let's make that super small. Wait. Oh my... Godot, why are you so garbage right now? It currently thinks that I am hovering over the Y-axis arrow, when I am clearly hovering over the Y-plane, like that green box right there. I'm trying to click that. It thinks I want to click this big-ass arrow. No, no. I want to click this. For fuck's sake. Okay. We have a person. division. Oh, interesting. The just flat node does not have a position value. Although I guess that's fair because it's wait, no, node is a parent. Okay. Node 3D and node 2D would be needed for the position values. So if I put all that under this, then I can right, I forgot. Godot is fucking garbage. How do I select all? Am I not allowed to select all? Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Why is Control A the hotkey for add? No. No. Control A is select all. That's how it is in every single program. For fuck's sake. Like, I know I am just tired right now, so everything bothers me more. But these are some, like, actual issues, and I don't get it. There we go. A little bit of collision. Scenes, entity, NPC, temporary NPC. Oh, interesting. That's something that Blender has that Godot doesn't. In Blender, if you're already aligned orthographically, like to X, and you just click on X again, it'll automatically flip you all the way over to negative X. It also doesn't instantly teleport you. It like actually has like a quick rotation animation. Which I think I prefer that. Okay, I actually have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Usually I have someone much smarter assisting, but I suppose they are busy today. Why can I not just set an arbitrary hexadecimal value? Really, Godot? Just let me set an arbitrary hexadecimal value. Like, this is a video game engine. You should understand how, like, you should, actually, even if you don't understand how hex values should work, like, selecting a hex color is super intuitive because you, like, maybe keep the defaults or whatever, but then at the bottom, click custom, and then you bring up, like, the little circle menu where you can just drag it around and the hex values change. And then it's like, oh, okay, so these values change this. And then you just manually tweak. Or you just drag it around until you get something you like. Super intuitive. Hmm. Okay, I'm going to see if my teacher will be busy today. Oh, hello, Yami. Good morning. Uh, so far,
Drink
haven't.
water. Being dehydrated is cringe.
Shut up, speaker. Uh, I got the projectile to work better. It kept changing its speed based on how close the player was. I eventually realized that it was normalizing with the y-axis, even though we weren't using the y-axis. So it was just eating a bunch of the directional speed. But I tweaked it. I modified the move function to have a boolean for if you're moving in the y-axis or not. So now it shoots in all directions. And that's about the point where I stopped knowing what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Like, I could probably organize my assets directory. Like, bullet hell. No. At the moment, it's just firing a bullet every single frame. Because I just wanted to get the trajectory code to work properly. I don't think I've played any bullet hells, but I imagine they're more lenient than a Souls-like, because, like, with how many bullets, I imagine it's not one hit, one kill. They're like an inventory, both difficult things to add. Yeah. Enter the Gungeon as bullet hell? I mean, kinda? I mean, when I'm thinking bullet hell, I'm more thinking something like Toho. But then again, I've never made it past, like, the second floor of Enter the Gungeon, so I don't actually know how bad it gets. Like, I've seen some of the later bosses, but I haven't actually fought them myself. You never finished it and want to make a challenge run? Yeah. I think it sounds fun. I mean, you don't have to beat a game in order to do a challenge run. Like like oftentimes like I'll just do random shit in the middle of my first playthrough just because I get bored with playing normally. Toho is a little more difficult than Ichigan, but Ichigan is RNG based, so you can totally be in a worse situation. I suppose that's fair. Yeah, because I imagine like one of the big gimmicks of bullet hells is like the preset bullet patterns, and you can memorize those. Oh man, imagine putting a bullet hell boss into a Souls-like. That could be really. Honestly, that would be more interesting than whatever Gwendolyn was smoking. Like dodging through the projectiles to get up to the boss to get the hit in, and then they bounce away, rather than just run in a straight line. That's basically Ithaca 2. Uh, when you say Ithaca 2, do you mean Ithaca 2? Or do you mean exit the dungeon? Gungeon, rather. Because it's... The sequel naming is super weird for that series. Ithaca 2? Okay. The 3D. Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was 3D. I know there was like an arcade that they made, an arcade game. At least I think maybe that was an Isaac arcade game. No, I'm pretty sure there was an Enter the Gungeon arcade game. But yeah, no, I'd be down. I want to play Enter the Gungeon sometime. I was saying basically, I think it 2. We've only seen one teaser, and it was similar to 1, but in 3D. Oh, okay. Way more shit on screen. That sounds terrifying. I wonder if bullet hells generally recommend you use the mouse to move the player, because that's going to have far more precision than analog stick or WASD. Analog stick is actually the best one. What? Then what? I'm not seeing the vision because analog stick, you're just going to move way too fast, or you're going to move way too slow. And then WASD, you're not going to be able to have like gradient trajectory. Whereas with mouse, you can like do tiny circles and like do just you're basically moving under your own muscle memory. Your own muscles. Like whenever I'm trying to do like super precise stuff with analog stick or WASD, it's just not a good time. You can just not push the stick all the way to the edge. Yeah, but can you though? You have to like then you have to hold it in the middle. Maybe that's just something that like I've never had to do, so I just haven't built up the skill to do it. Anomaly of a computer player. Fair enough. I play with a mouse at 18K DPI. I don't know what my DPI is. Let's find out. My DPI is 1500. Oh, 18K. Wait, what? What? you're gonna move your mouse a single millimeter, and it's going to teleport 5 billion pixels. I mean, hey, if you can control it, I mean, that's a really good advantage. You'd be surprised at how quickly the human body is. I mean, I probably wouldn't. Like, that's kind of like our whole thing. Sharing information and adapting to new scenarios. It's funny seeing other people touch my mouth and struggle. But yeah, no, if you can handle a higher DPI, that is, like, objectively an advantage. Because you physically don't have to move your mouse as far, so you can perform actions faster. Like, if we were able to get, like, graft prosthetics, so we could just actually give ourselves new limbs, I imagine the human brain would be able to figure it out. Like, I don't think it would be too terrible, especially, like, some stories that I've heard about people in VR, like, just nigh immediately adapting to, like, unorthodox inputs to control their character model. Like, I think we would be able to handle having non-traditional humanoid forms. When I record myself, people complain about my gameplay because my mouse goes weird. Oh, that's funny. I mean, that's an understandable complaint because, like, if you're the one playing, your eyes are already subconsciously tracking where it's anticipating the mouse to go. But if you're just watching the video, it's all reactionary, and it's like, wait, stop, slow down. For every action, there is an equal and opposite DPI. Dangerous assumption that I can see anything happen on screen. Do you just play by muscle memory or something? Wait, actually, I think you did mention that once. Yeah, by muscle memory. Only see the thing I'm looking at for a frame. That sounds terrifying. But I guess if you just have a really good internalization of 3D space, it's like you just see the brief moment of where it is, and then your brain just calculates, okay, that's where it is right now. I know where I'm going to be in a few seconds, in like a split second, so I need to back away. The Yami knows where it is at all times because it knows where it isn't at all times. Uh, hmm. I should probably kill the player if they go negative. Playing Talos 1 again? I was picking up cubes while spit up bunny hopping. Nice. A Talos 1 task could be interesting. Dialogue is difficult because two objects control it and has to be a part of the HUD, and inventory is difficult because it's going to be part of a bigger UI. Yeah. Although, I mean, would both need to control it? I mean, presumably all the NPC dialogue is static. So couldn't the player just pull that from whatever the location is? Player picks option A, NPC responds. Well, I know in universe the NPC is responding, but has to play animations. Yeah, I mean you don't have to, but that is a good point. Yeah, it would be weird to have the player control the NPC animations. Hmm. I would also like. I would prefer to try and think of a good scalable system rather than just okay, let's go ahead and make a test system just so we can get the dialogue up. I'd rather have the test system somewhat be functional as a real system, just so it's not build a test thing, scrap it, and then build the real thing. Without using signals for this use case would be good. You spawn in a new dialogue objects and it tracks input signals from both NPC and player. That could work. Although, what kind of dialogue stuff would even be coming from the player? Because most of the player stuff, most player dialogue would probably be coming from like selecting an option. Like the NPC asks a question and then the player either automatically responds or it just takes an input. Wouldn't that be the UI element, quote unquote, speaking for the player? Respond information, advancing the dialog box with a button, and give items of the NPC asks for. Well, the responding information isn't that just static text that is stored in a separate file? I guess I'm just having a hard time seeing that that's explicitly part of the player. It's static, but the player still has to pick one. I suppose that's fair. Instant reload's probably not a good idea for lower end machines. If player HP is less than 10%, load it preemptively. Oh. Oh, that's clever. Although, but then you have to, like, there's the possibility of, like, a boss just killing you from in one hit. I guess maybe if there's an enemy that currently exists that would have the capability of one-shotting you, preload. Which that would probably be easy because you could get like all of the damage values that a given entity is capable of inflicting onto the player entity. If an enemy attack is about to go off and it will deal enough damage to kill you, your HP bar freaks out and notifies you you're about to die. That would be pretty funny. Although I could see that potentially being distracting. Makes avoiding one-shots before they even happen possible. Might be a little too hand-holding. Well, that depends on what you mean by if an enemy attack is about to go off. Oh, I thought you meant if the enemy was in the middle of the attack animation. Oh yeah, no. If it's giving you like a little bit of a preemptive warning that like a big attack is about to happen, I think I could see a use case for that, but it would be hand-holdy. I could see that being restricted to like a charm effect. Like maybe like have some visual in the HUD of like an enemy is about to do a really strong attack. But then you have to be like constantly tracking like what the enemy might be about to do, or potentially like the enemy decides what it's going to do, but then it has to have a delay to account for that mechanic. Although I guess you could just have the enemy's AI be like 5 to 10 seconds ahead of what it's actually doing. But then it wouldn't be dynamically reacting to what the player is currently doing. And you wouldn't be able to have any like counter punishes. On the enemy's side, rather. I could see it maybe being that if you're at a low enough health that at least one of the enemy's attacks could kill you, maybe it gives the visual. You just activate the hurt box before the attack goes off. If the player is within the attack box, send a signal to the player you're about to die. Well, then you still... that could work. Although, for some things, the hurt box would actually be like following their physical form, so it's not always just directly on top of the player. And it would still also have the issue of, like, it would be limited to, like, you couldn't have the visual indicator be before the enemy decides to do the attack. Also, one thing that I was kind of imagining is, like, doing something inspired by the Kid Icarus power system, because I think this is a really interesting way to decide how you equip stuff. Like, each ability just has a different shape, and then you slot them together into a grid. Because if, like, something's more powerful, you could either make it, like, a more wonky shape so that less things can fit with it, or maybe you could just make it, like, longer. So, like, you have to leave some rows free just so it physically fits. Really nicely into the prototype, you're slotting physical bug parts into your body. That could be interesting. The canvas is an image of your humanoid stature place, say, a mantis shell on your forearm and adjust the model in-game. That would be really cool, although a couple issues. One, that would mean, like, a lot more models and stuff, which I'm not against. It just would mean more work. And two, some ability types wouldn't necessarily have a visual indicator. I mean, you could probably think of something, but I imagine not all of them would warrant a visual update. One thing I was thinking of is, like, maybe, like, one of the parts of the level up mechanic is that, like, this grid starts out small, and then, like, as one of the level up options, you could make the grid bigger. Like, specifically expanding along one of the axes, or potentially both. If you're making the models anyway, you could do double duty. Use the same asset in the block building minigame and on the player model. Oh, no, I was imagining something like this. Just because it's simpler. Because I definitely want it to be grid-based, rather than, like, the sticker system of Brawl. Because that's, like, it's like the same thing, it's just a lot more dynamic. Because the hitbox edges is the physical thing. I was imagining something more like Brawl. Okay. I mean, either would work, this is just the first thing that came to my mind. Although, actually, yeah, they are just they are literally the same mechanic. It's just, in this implementation, they decided to go with pure geometric shapes. Although if I went with something like this, going with something like this would potentially make it harder to balance, because then I have to, like, try and account for like, weirder shapes. Like, if it's something like this, I could, like, intentionally make some things so that they slot together nicely, if they're, like, meant to synergize. And then I could also potentially, like some of the more powerful ones, I could intentionally make them, like, a specific wonky shape to explicitly counter other mechanics. Although this would definitely be more visually interesting. Although physically applying things onto the outside of your body would be very interesting, because it would be like a three-dimensional version of this mechanic. Maybe, like, if you put too many things on, like, maybe it affected equip load. So, like, maybe where you put it doesn't necessarily matter, but it's just, like, oh, you want to put something big on, it's only going to physically fit on your back. So, like, that's the only place you could put it. I was imagining that you're using the 3D models in the sticker, just the axis being fixed top down. Oh, okay. Oh, so, like, you would be looking at, like, the back or the front of the player, but you would, like, it would effectively be a flat plane. Yeah. I don't know. You can't, like, if you can't really put too much space, otherwise the player can just use everything, which would be very funny. But, like, you don't want them to be too powerful. Yeah. But yeah, you would be size limited because, like a big scarab shell or whatever, that's not going to fit on your arm, but you might be able to put that on your back. But then at that point, that might just be armor rather than, like, an attachable. Stuff like these and, like, charms and rings, they're more, like, etheric, just, like, passive effects. Although having your physical body be the canvas would be pretty niche and unique. I feel like if you go for sticker or blocks, it'd be a little atmosphere breaking. That's not something that I'm gonna be the best at accounting for, because I don't, like, not necessarily I don't care about that. It's more so I don't notice that. It's like, if I'm playing, like, a fucking, like, horror game or whatever, and they have, like, a little mini game like this to equip some of your items, I'm not gonna bat an eye at that. I'm just gonna be like, oh, okay, so this is how the mechanic works. So, like, I don't I don't think I ever really encounter atmosphere breaking because, like, I'm not thinking of it like that. Because, like, I'm always viewing it as a game. So, like, immersion and atmosphere, that's, like, I don't really, like, think about that a lot. It's more so, like, is the game fun? And, like, does stuff make sense? Like, if there's something that just doesn't thematically make sense, that's gonna be a little jarring and annoying, and I'm not gonna like it. Also, whoever filled this up was a dumbass. This block should have been down one tile. Because then you could fit a 1x4 up here. Also, one thing that I'm thinking of for, like, maybe an end-game upgrade is the ability to rotate these things. Because then that just adds an entire new dimension to how you can slot them together. But of course, allowing the player to rotate these basically means you can't balance it. because there's just too many variables to account for. Seeing the blocks was meant to get me Flash one of my favorite games I don't play again. Is it Kid Icarus? Because that's the only game that I've ever seen with this minigame. I mean, unless you count like the Resident Evil style inventory system. Ooh, if you did blocks, you could totally have an achievement for fully filling the grid. That'd be cool. Oh shit, I also, like, I need to think of achievements. Altelier JRP series? The Altelier's Mysterious Sub-Series. Altelier. I don't think I know anything about that. RPG games, Ghost Corporation, Assistant, new games. Ooh, Alchemy? Interesting. I was just looking at like a little bit of blurb from the primary wiki page. Collect items and synthesize new items. Okay. This one I might just turn into like an in-game challenge rather than a proper achievement. Mysterious games. Every item has an attached block of varying color, size, and shape. When synthesized, you have recipes like grass A plus grass B. You gotta pick the ones with the best fitting blocks to maximize. Oh, that sounds very fun. multiple blocks, so you can place every... Items can have multiple blocks, and you can place every single one individually. Oh, so like, if an item had... Oh, okay. So you could use the same item in multiple different patterns, because you're not stuck to a single layout for that item. Nuisance items have their own blocks. But they keep the stat bonus from source items, so in-game is making a giant chain of alchemies from the smallest sub-recipe to the last one. Ah, yes. Compound interest. You love to see it. One thing that could potentially be interesting is if I did the block minigame, but instead of having just colored tiles, I actually used like images of the like bug pieces. So you're still physically moving around the models. It's just they are given a preset geometric hit box so that they slot into the grid. And it could just be like a representation of how you're like moving the genetic sequences around within your body. That's what I was meaning, though. Oh, I thought you were meaning like this, but instead of a circle, it's the outline of the player. So like they would still have super dynamic and granular collision. The outline of the player, but instead of stickers, use 3D models, but flatten them into a flat image before placing them onto the player. Yeah, okay, so you're thinking Brawl just with a different background. A different canvas, per se. And obviously the model's transferring to the in-game model. If you want to have transferring to the in-game model, you might want a front view and a back view of the player, so that you don't have all of these random quote-unquote stickers just stuck to one side. But then that's going to give the player a lot of canvas real estate. Although I guess I could counter that by just making everything slightly bigger. But also, anything that you place on is potentially going to get covered up by the armor. But because the armor is all different shapes and sizes, you couldn't really have it be placed on top of the armor, because then you would have to, like, dynamically scale to wherever the armor would or would not be. Three D view might be better, so they have full customizability, and it's something unique I haven't seen yet. Yeah, that I was thinking that earlier. I think I mentioned it. But yeah, a actual 3D view would be like the next logical step for this, because you have like blocks, then you have full granularity, add another axis, physically altering the player model, and it gives you stats. That sounds like as fuck. I feel like if you did that, you might have to go without visual armor. Because if you have visual armor, that's going to be covering up the vast majority of anything that you equip. Or some of the things that you equip might just clip through the armor. Because I'm imagining, like... I'm imagining it would be like, you would have, like, them in, like, their T-pose. And then, like, you could rotate around and place things on them. We are goop right, and more imagining the bug parts sinking into the goop. So it's embedded and still the same. So I was more thinking that the goopy blob like got assimilated into the player. So similar to the Venom symbiote. So like you're still yourself. It's just you're more. It's not a goopy blob in the shape of the player. Water, come to me. Could be part of balancing. The goop is assimilated and only a couple areas are exposed enough to shove new parts in. That could be interesting. Although, if we are doing scale accuracy, a lot of the things are going to be very big. Although I guess there's a lot of smaller bugs that we could be fighting. Maybe it could be... Like, my idea with, like, assimilating enemies to acquire their, like, genetic code to get upgrades and stuff, maybe that could be integrated with this? So that you acquire the DNA sequences, and then the DNA sequences are what get slotted in? Although that would be less visually interesting than actually slapping things on the surface. But it would be easier to, like, actually visualize and implement, probably. Although I really like the idea of the 3D model, because it's like the next logical step from this mechanic type. Like, I do really like this idea. I'm just having a hard time visualizing it right now. Because, like, if these are supposed to be, like, passive effects, I'm not super sure how just slapping something onto the surface would give a passive bonus. I mean, I guess it doesn't have to make sense. What passive effects are you imagining? I don't know. Like, obviously, there's like the classic stat modifiers, or like I guess in like Hollow Knight's case, there's like certain things that it's just like it gives you a unique effect while you have the thing equipped. Or like this one, tirelessness. This would probably be like the equivalent of like your stamina depletes slower. So like anything that costs stamina has like a 25% reduction on how much it takes. And then there's like maybe like there could be some that's like if you take like over 50% of your health, the goop inside of you strikes out as an automatic counterattack. Wings on the back. Well, I mean, we already have wings. I mean, I probably should take away the player's wings at the very start of the game, just so you don't have instant access to flight. Or maybe like you do. Maybe I could just give you flight from the very start. It's just really shitty flight, and you have to upgrade it. Place something on the chest, strengthen the arms. Yeah, no, I mean, I guess the biggest thing that I'm concerned about is like if we are a bug, that means we are the size of other bugs for the most part. So if we're trying to stick pieces from other bugs onto us, like a good chunk of those are going to be big things that we're trying to stick onto us. So then there's two issues with that. If a lot of your pieces are big, one, you're not going to be able to fit very many on, which means you can't really utilize the mechanic to a high degree. And two, if you still want to have armor, having things physically stuck onto you is going to get in the way of the armor. Like, I do really like the idea, and I would love to make it work, because it is unique. And it's like the next step in this really cool mechanic system. Like, it would definitely work well if you were in a game that didn't have an armor system. Like, if you just had the one player model, and then, like, doing this shit is, like, not going to get in the way of anything. Hmm. One moment. Oh, damn. Hello, good morning, Triple Jump. What's up? Right now we're trying to think about a logistical way to utilize a mechanic similar to these two. We have come up with the idea of physically sticking things onto your 3D model and like being able to rotate that around to decide where to place them. But the biggest issue that I'm seeing right now is that would visually get in the way of an armor system. So like the way these work is you have like preset shapes and stickers. You place them into the canvas and they give you a passive bonus. So it would be that same idea, but it's a 3D canvas. So you would be able to slot in as many as you can fit, and then whichever ones you slot in, just physically placing them on your body, they would give you a passive bonus. But if you want them to visually be there, they're going to get in the way of your armor. Which is what I am trying to figure out a workaround for. And by workaround, I just mean solution. Like, I would be down to just use something like this. Like, I'm perfectly fine with that. I just really like the idea of the 3D model. Because it's like the next logical step for this mechanic system. And I don't think I've seen it used anywhere else. Ooh, actually. Hey, Yami. Idea. What if, instead of placing them on our character, what if we have, like, whenever we open the menu, what if it, like, kind of zooms into the character, and then we see, like, the blobby internal self, and we're placing the quote-unquote DNA as physical representations onto this? So you wouldn't be able to visually see it on the player as you're moving around, but you would still have, like, a player silhouette as the canvas. So, like, this would just be like a internal genetic psychological manifestation or whatever. Too many steps less effort for little play. Well, I mean, you would still have the mechanic of the 3D canvas of like being able to rotate and place things on, but then you wouldn't have the issue of the armor getting in the way. If the canvas does not physically exist, then just having a simple DNA UI would be better. Well, I mean, if I wanted to do like just the DNA UI, I would probably do like just a square grid like this. But I would like to have a three-dimensional version of this, just because that sounds really cool. Embedding the parts is solution enough. Yeah, but even if you just... I don't know, it's just either the armor is going to be covering it up, or the pieces are going to be clipping through the armor. So it's either going to look bad, or you're not going to get to see the pieces that you stuck on. So I'm not really seeing a way around that. Not all the armor has to be full plate. Well, I know, but like it like even if it's just like a cloth shirt, that's going to be cover. You can also have armor that doesn't cover every piece of your character. Well, yeah, but like I mean, I don't know. Because like if it's something thin like cloth, some of the pieces are going to stick out. Although I guess I don't know. I guess it's not really meant to be like a visual expressiveness mechanic. It's meant to be like an actual like ability mechanic that just happens to have a visual representation for like it looks cool, like just for interest, like an oh that's neat type thing. Stop it. Hmm. I guess one thing you could do that might still potentially have some weird edge cases is if a piece of armor would cover something, maybe you're just not allowed to place it there. Like maybe it actually takes your current armor into account. Or like maybe you can place it there, it just doesn't display visually. Or maybe like I think you mentioned like having it be physically embedded in yourself. Maybe everything is just shallow enough that it doesn't clip through anything. I just make it always stick in. But then you need the player's model to be like disambiguous enough that it doesn't look weird if the player zooms in on them. Constantly moving pile of slime sounds cool. Yeah, that does sound cool. But having it like just like you're playing as this etheric slime that's shaped into the form of a bug doesn't really have the same charm as actually playing as a bug. Like it would still probably make for a cool game. Like maybe being able to like turn into different kinds of bugs in order to have different abilities. But then that feels like we're moving away from the Souls-like origin. Although maybe not, because like the three biggest like key mechanics of a Souls-like, to my understanding, is exploration, stupid hard bosses, and like a bunch of different random items that you can use as your weapons and armor. Like those are the three biggest things, at least just from my experience in playing Dark Souls 1. And get blocked, you stupid bot. There isn't a lot of focus on mobility. Yeah, which is unfortunate because I want to include mobility because like I like having parkour, parkour secrets. It's fun. But I suppose it is easier to control where the player can go if you don't let them wall jump and shit. Hmm. Yo, grasshopper legs, get a super jump. And also, the more mobility you give the player, the more you have to account for them being able to just go out of bounds. Because you got to make the walls taller, or like just like have other means of preventing them from going outside the map. Hmm. I guess the closest thing to what I'm imagining here would be like the Spore creature creator. Because like you have your 3D model and then you're like moving stuff around on the surface. It's just in this instance you would have a static model and you would only have access to like like 20 to 50 different things probably. Spore creature will be too much flexibility. I don't know. Because like if you don't have like the full 3D model or even just like a section of 3D model in order to apply the stuff to, then it's just a glorified version of this. And if it's just a glorified version of this, you might as well just go with one of these. Like, I'm absolutely down to do something like this. I just think if we could get this to work, it could be really cool and unique and like a new thing that hasn't been done before in this manner. Instead of altering the player directly, you alter the armor. That's a even bigger issue because then you have to account for every single armor piece. Unless, like, I guess placing it onto the armor, like in the edit menu, you have the armor being visible. Hmm. Okay, well, however they get implemented, might be a good idea to, like, think of things that could potentially be things. Hmm. Because there's a lot of cool stuff you could do that isn't just uh like just modifying stats. And I think active abilities would just be like standalone. So like these would just be like the whole idea for this mechanic is passive stuff, like stuff that just happens while it's equipped. Because sometimes, like these abilities just don't have anything to do with the rest of the game. So like they could just be some random ass thing in isolation. You gotta have your classic glass cannon. Ooh, here's an idea. The items that are like gives you higher defense at low health, I've never understood that. Like if you're at that low of health, unless you have like a really high maximum health, like 20% health increased defense isn't going to do anything. How about increased defense if player is at greater than 80%? Tank, you also usually get stuff like deal damage equal to your defense. I don't think I've seen that all too much. I mean, I've heard of the idea. What the fuck is the horn? Is it a horn? The fucking thing on the front of a Beatles? I think it's called a horn. Although that a Hercules beetle horn would be fucking massive to actually be on your physical model. Like that would be bigger than your physical model. Maybe doing the DNA thing would be better. Like it would be unfortunate to not be able to do something like this. But like this is a well-established thing. It's easy to understand and it would be easier to make. you also would have less limitations because you're not restricted to the visual of the player model. Hmm. Ooh. That could be an interesting, like, just quality of life one for, like, newer players that don't know the map. Like a breadcrumbs type situation. Hmm. Ideas. The ideas are flowing. Okay, I'm gonna just minimize that. I'm trying to think of cool things that insects do. But also how they could be, like, incorporated into mechanics. Maybe something with, like, if you haven't moved in a bit, your next attack does more damage. No, but then that's, like, just getting back into, like, just modifying numbers. This one might be better to just have as a quality of life toggle in the settings. Sorry if I'm not too active. I'm kind of busy. Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. I understand life is a thing that most people have to partake in. Yeah, I'm I'm gonna just move this over to the settings menu as a quality of life thing. Hmm. Like, I don't want to just steal ideas from other games. But I guess we could, like, maybe list things that are inspired by other games, and then, like, over time, tweak and mess with stuff. Controller, stop getting caught on my chair, please. Although some things might also depend on, like, what kind of inventory system we go with. And, like, if there's any things you can do in the inventory. Like, let's say you have the ability to, like, break down certain items in order to get resources or get, like, money. Maybe they could be one of these that's like, oh, have a higher return on what you destroy. Ooh. Ooh. This would probably be like a 1x1. If we're going with a grid system. Although, I'm not gonna leave those in there. Because some of this stuff isn't just a flat rectangle. We got wonky shapes. Hmm. No, good morning still needs work. And your name is very accurate. This everything needs a lot of work. Okay. Have a good lurk. Although the lurk command has always intrigued me because I don't think I've ever seen a place where it actually does anything. Hmm. I also have to decide if this stuff can be modified on the fly or only at a rest spot. If you're gonna be able to equip a lot of them, probably only at a rest spot. Maybe something that affects healing? Ooh. What if, in conjunction with this, we have something that removes your ability to heal for a significant attack bonus? And then perhaps these two are shaped in such a way that they slot together conveniently? Ooh. What if we have certain effects that like explicitly do lock together? Like these two. Like say these two are a similar related effect. So like this one is increased damage at under a health threshold, and then this one is the increased damage, but you're not allowed to heal. Let's say you slot them together like this. They visually lock together and change to like give you an indication that oh something special is happening, and then maybe there's like a synergistic effect. Like maybe there's a third effect that like only happens with the synergy, or maybe both of them get bonused. And having to physically slot them together would be mechanically unique from just you have to have them present, like equipped at the same time. Ooh, that could be very interesting. Although, if you did synergize these together, and then, like, having both of them increased the effectiveness of both of them, that would probably be the most broken thing ever. Because you would be dealing so much damage per hit. Every item have a class and a type. The more of a single class you add, the more bonus you get. Same with type of bug. So if you use a lot of things of the same class, everything of that class would get a modifier. Add 5 attack parts from different bugs, you get like 20% attack bonus or whatever. Oh, on top of the like actual effect of the things. That could be interesting, although it wasn't like it wasn't what I was originally going for with this. It would still be a way to make synergies. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, a little bit of a voice break there. Yeah, it would be a way to make synergies, although like like in the brawl thing, you have like a bunch of different attack types where it's just like plus 5% damage to a certain thing. I was more thinking along the lines of like Hollow Knight, to where like you have like 20 to 50 unique things, and each of them has a very distinct ability, and it's just some of them work together to augment their ability. The system is a lot more open and would force player to use weaker parts that they usually wouldn't, because it gives them a little more bonus. Yeah, but why would you use weaker parts when you could just use the stronger parts? Who cares about a little bit of a bonus if my hammer is on fire? Assumption. You have 3 really good attack parts, 2 good defense, and 2 weak attack parts. You get a bonus if you have more than 3 parts, so you might rather slot in the weaker attacks to get the synergy bonus. It's less about what you would do and just giving players more options to make builds. I don't know. Having the bonus be past a certain threshold does make sense, and that would make it more worth it. But I think I am fond of like how Hollow Knight does it, because that's just like very few of those are just flat number modifiers. It's all like super interesting stuff. Go for attack or bug parts. I like the special effect. X part gives me. Then I can't use my favorite attack part anymore. Oh, so you mean like have some of them that do give unique abilities, but then have some of them that are just number modifiers? I think that the class parts give stats and the bug parts give special. Oh, oh, I completely misunderstood your original message. I thought you were meaning that they have a class and they have a type, not both. Not like an either or situation. Every part has a class and type, but not all of them the same. You might have 2 attack Mantis, 1 attack Ant, defend Mantis. Use the 2 attack Mantis and 1 defend Mantis to get the Mantis bonus. Or 2 attack Mantis and 1 attack Ant to get the attack bonus. So the Mantis bonus would be how you get the, like, unique special effects, because you would get, like, the Mantis effect. So you would have to have at least 3 Mantis type things to get the fancy thing. The class type would give you stats. The Mantis bonus would be like an extra slash on the attack animation or something. I don't know. This sounds like excessively nuanced. Rather than just, you have this thing. This thing has an effect. Maybe that effect interacts with a different effect. And then you just have like 40 of those. Simple systems with nuanced effects are by far the best. Yeah, but you're not really describing a simple system. You're describing something that's pretty complex. Because, I mean, I guess it's only 2 things. Slap on 3 attack parts and call it a day, and a person who really wants to get into it would work out what the optimal parts would be. Yeah. I suppose so. Yeah, but then that means that some of the things are just going to be flat number modifiers, rather than everything being a cool, unique effect. Exponentially increased build variety at minimal cost. Eh. Kind of. Like, there's gonna be a bunch of shit. Like, if you just have a bunch of different stats modifiers, there's gonna be a bunch of stuff that nobody uses because there's no reason to use it. Once you get, like, decently good at the game, you're just gonna be using the attack bonuses. The individual parts still have effects. I thought you said you had to have at least 3 to get the effect. That plus the synergy system? Maybe I'm not, like, visualizing this properly. You would also, I'm definitely including armor set bonuses, so that could potentially be something that interacts with this. This would make for some really funny New Game Plus stuff. Because if you equip 3 of these, then you could have 4 different set bonuses going at the same time. So you have an attack matches with the effect, matches type weapons deal more damage. Slot that in and if the effect works. And on the side to the right, you get 2 counters. 1/3 matches part, 1/3 attack parts. If you hit 3 of 3, then a new effect gets added, and it's just active overall. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Okay, I think that kind of makes sense. It's that's kind of similar to armor set bonuses, except with like the equipable modifiers, because you have to have a certain amount of the same category. Having items having 2 categories is important, so you get a lot of variety. Suppose that's fair. That would also make it to where it does. Well, that would make it easier to get synergies. Multiple thresholds. True. Although That would potentially make it easier to get synergies, because you would just have to have X amount of the same category, rather than, oh, you need these two specific things. After you hit 3 of 3, if you get 3 of 6, you get even more bonus? Oh, okay. Exactly why the system is great. Gives value to lesser items because they're still part of categories. They give you bonus, even if the item itself is bad. Yeah, but then we have to, like, think about, like, what we're going to actually have the visual for the slotting into. Because something like this, you're not going to have very much room to slot small shit in. Unless, like, I include stuff that's, like, 1 by 1, which I definitely would. I'm still fond of the DNA idea. Oh, no, I like the DNA idea. I think the DNA idea would work fine with this geometric grid shape. Okay, but I have to go. I have to go get ready for work. We can chat more. Yeah, maybe we can chat more on the Discord or tomorrow. Bye bye and farewell.